Jesus! How long was I gone? 6 minutes! Jesus Christ! Penis, mysterious, penis, delirious. Yes, I want to do that. Of course I want to do that. What do you think this is? A joke? We will scooch this over here. Change that. Go here. Updating Steam? Go fuck yourself. Penis, mysterious, penis, delirious. Oh, let me maybe do that. Ugh. Trying to put on my fucking back strap so I can fix my gosh darn posture. I'm just a little man. I'm just a little man. Episode 3, baby! Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage, as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together. It's us! Wow! It's so fun to get to see them, like, animated and stuff. Because if I remember correctly, none of the previous Ace Attorney games were like that. Like, each case had, like, stills and stuff. Nothing as, like, fully animated as this. I think that's Koichi. It's Kuchi's voice actor. We're more than students. We're lawyers! Oh, that's so much fun. Oh, wow. So I guess this is gonna be our new setting. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Sorry, my glasses were dirty, so I had to take them off, because, I'd like to be able to see. But now that I have my glasses off, I can't really see. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Hui. So is this gonna be like a fake case, or what? Oh my god! I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Can you read my mind? It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. This might be a little too incriminating of myself, but I actually didn't know that London was the capital of Britain. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything's so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's gonna be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent! London is the center of the modern world. The sun will never set on our great empire. Wait until your queen dies, bro. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. I'm gonna press... well, actually, I guess I do kind of have to read it. Give me 5 seconds. I forgot I, had something I needed to read. Oh, fuck. Well, that's not good. I went to the doctor recently for a checkup, and so I could ask a few questions and stuff. And apparently my cholesterol is too high. What the hell? I prescribed this. So how exactly do I handle that? Medical record? Personal action plan? Support social distancing on mail order delivery service. I don't want to do that.
Okay, so I will probably have to go to an actual pharmacy soon. Great. That's good to know. Sorry about that. I had forgotten to take some time to read that while I was out earlier. I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asagi. At least, this is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Whoops. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say. And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. But, glossing over the details... I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asugi's journey had just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. But let me ask you one thing first, sir. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asugi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Wow! So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Hey, listen, at least I'm not the accused this time. Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Guillotine! Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. You came here, you stowed away on the ship, and you decide that you can't do this? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court? If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? Damn, I thought it was today. I didn't know it was in like 10 minutes. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Wait, I thought I said yes. Did I not say yes? Oh, okay. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see his trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful, but that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Welcome to fucking UK, I guess. Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. That is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. I have no more words to speak to you. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Well, let's fucking go, I guess. Ooh, I'm interested in seeing who our opponent is. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were gonna die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is gonna crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Ah! What are you staying following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? I've never seen anyone look like this. We're from Japan, yes. Wait. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, feller. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Usada, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, feller. I'm not giving it to you no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? Defend me in court! The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, The trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Why the fuck? Why would he? I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose that it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London, just another beautiful park. A park? What? 'Tis called McGilded Park. Full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, yes I did. An entire park? How rich is this guy? Why doesn't he just buy his way out? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. And that's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Aye, but now they'll go to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. He's breathing. He's taking a second. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. Oh. I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? God, now he's angry. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I don't know what you're thinking. 'Tis chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well? Well? Not at all. Although, it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. Oh, he's gonna snap. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Did your lawyer die? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barack Van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Is that the Grim Reaper? When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the feller at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barack Van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well done, feller. Don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Runosuke, you literally did that for yourself. But then you made an appearance. A student of law. 'Tis no accident, I can assure ye that. So don't get cold feet now. Please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. I mean, you could. He's given you literally nothing to work with. Mr. Naruhodo, The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you'll lose your right to stand. Let's go. I'll be right there. To be continued. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. To be continued. Okay. 18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Imagine how hot it is up there, just sitting between those two fires. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. What does he look like? Oh. But in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off in the far east, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a turn? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Well, then please, maybe go and play in McGilded Park. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you. Yeah, this is what's weird to me. Because these are 6 individual characters. So I'm just very interested in seeing what role they have to play in the court session. It's the dude holding a knife. But you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Heh! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Gosh, she is slapping that with finality. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my meeting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Uh-oh. Prosecutor Van Zieks, my lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rises in fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. Oh, thank God. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Oh, he's got a scroll? The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community known as Thrice Something. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. And one further item of evidence. I mean, but that's definitely him, right? And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? That's a lot of noise for 6 people. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I backed into corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other... was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded, to be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton saw it is, and when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a feller bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Oh, she's going hard. Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, as there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses. First of all, your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh. Oh my god, 3 witnesses? Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I, make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then, let's proceed to your further testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. What the witnesses saw. Here was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accuser just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oh, unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incidents in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset. Yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd heard that civilization in the eastern island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We, only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? He just kills me. A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Wow, holy shit. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The pennant drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. No. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. Can I examine that? On God, bro? Oh my. What is this? The seat has a handle, it seems. Oops. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Alright, and then there's obviously the blood. There was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description, so I suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin at least. Okay, so that's another poster. Let's head back out. This is insane, is what this is. Oh, Phoenix Wright. Nice. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? They have to pay money to do so? Ugh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. Oh, God. But it looks like there might be a latch on this. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. So yeah, you can definitely see in there. Alright. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Well, I just did that. Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese strayer to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Runosuke. Focus! Alright, let's see. Okay, so I'm just gonna press everything. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Fuck, what was his voice? No, not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running. He does. Every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. It seems like the other guys aren't really gonna be saying too much on that line. We're sat next to each other on the inside of the bus. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? Why were you looking down, whore? That's right. When we set up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin was the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Okay, let's press that. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something, or other than that, they shouldn't be. Every one of them. Oh! And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Whoa. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Holy shit, dude. What is happening here? Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the six members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw just a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges a change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with the cross-examination. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge, great knife. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I hope I don't get penalized for that. Not really. Oh, thank God I didn't get penalized for that. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason's brickmaker. And the other passenger had a knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, obviously you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this. This is stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? But that's not true because he was found in the chair. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilder is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Dispose of the rubbish. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw only logical conclusion. Wait, this is so bad. I can't win now. Not again. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Oh, shit. But, alright. I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Okay, so what I can do is press this again. Collapse on the floor. Had a knife in his hand like this. And then he plunged it down like this. Let's see if I can do it like this. I don't think this is gonna work, but okay, but the thing is, he says that he turns around and sees. So the driver says that he turns around after he hears the scream and sees the guy get stabbed. But the other 2 witnesses say that they see him get stabbed, which is why one of them screams. Okay, but for now, sat next to each other on the inside of the bus. An armband. Let's see. Thrice fired Mason, 54. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. But he was clearly stabbed in the stomach. definitely blood, isn't it? Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. If only he'd been left-handed. Okay, so the blood is on the seat. Which means that he could not have been stabbed on the ground. Because there is no evidence to support that. He was very clearly stabbed on the seat. But I simply do not have... He stabbed him, I screamed. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Okay, so I guess I'll just press them all again. Wait, he said 4 passengers? Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Okay, and no one left. So nobody fled the scene of the crime. I have to say the boss insists on it running. He does every day, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. I mean, these guys haven't reacted at all. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight. When you sit up at the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Okay, and I can't present things while they're saying these. Yeah, that's fine. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt. Great, great, great. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? So the other 2... like, nobody's reacting to what the others are saying. Okay, or, yeah, he's just getting angry. I really got his back up. Oh, me? Well, oh, this is new. This is new. Barely, though. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. Then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. Wow. Okay, so I was really supposed to just press all of them. Great, great, great. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes? Yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is a blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Oh shit. Yes, sure, number 5. Do I take it that you two, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Ah, shit, dude. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. While I'm here, let's see if I can't... Couldn't it be W? That part is the sheet, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Haruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Yeah, I don't know, dude. That might be W. It surely is blood. The victim's. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Let's see. Let's go to people and see if I can't figure out what this guy's name. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is bad. If they all choose black, does that mean that I just instantly lose? Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He is always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with a head in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possessions of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He has lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. Oh! I don't know if this is allowed, but go off. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where is the evidence to support your claim? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? But I found myself in an unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is a debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's names clearly recorded inside. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Alright, time to take a look at fucking that. Let's see if I can't turn it around. There was nothing. Let's see if I can't open it. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Let's see. I suppose we're probably not all gentlemen at all. After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness, what is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. He borrowed 20 guineas. Oh. Oh, both pages are the same. Okay. And the accused admit quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. I don't stand for nonsense.
Holy shit, dude. That was it. The last juror's decision. But I guess we still have to wait for the judge, right? According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Well, fuck! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... what did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination? A summation examination. From which century has that Tom Hamza been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Susato, this so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. I love her so much. She's so cute. Yuva demands a right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Lucky for you, I don't have self-respect! What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Assert the right. 100%. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. They have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? I've changed that guy to Southern. There's too many British people. You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying, Locke. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for, to turn this trial around. So be it, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. The juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this! Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen! I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. Except he wasn't stabbed on the floor. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm calling out juror number 6 immediately. Oh? I thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see? Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. But what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Interesting. So, how is this going to work? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. So do I stand behind... Okay, yeah. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust their driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Pit? With... her. Hey, you. Explain yourself, Counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's main end name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Woo! We're bringing it back! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! We did it, boys! We're bringing it back! Wow, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Oh, we're fucking doing it. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Simply typed and collated. Oh, got it. So press her with this guy. Higiyori! Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste.
Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? He was like this, stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim bankers said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move! Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What?
Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie?
I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Oh, we're balanced. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Sir, I think you're racist. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Oh, you're calling old. Why, I should take this needle to you. He's not right. He was only stabbed once. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. So it's either gonna be the medical record or the picture. Stabbed once in the abdomen. So I'm just gonna present that. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede, alright, I concede defeat. We did it! We did it! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won. Well, I don't know about that. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a lie when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Oh, I know Von Zieks is pissed. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. What is he doing? What is he doing? Ah! Having savored the rich aroma of the common contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks! Ooh, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated dome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honored deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, he took the cape off! Bring forth the witnesses once more! Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir. I heard it.
Oh, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, sir. My lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh, mio Dio.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Let's go, fuck 'em up.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but,
Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
he fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes.
What do you mean you think? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger, conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend, never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little corsonage. I don't know what that word means. Beppo, explain yourself!
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild!
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense shall cross-examination if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely! Give me 1 second, I gotta throw something away. Oh, golly. Standing up for a bit, it's fucking hot in here. Now, somebody might say, why don't you just turn on the air conditioning? Because I am a Scrooge, god damn it. And I would rather sweat than pay $800 for air conditioning. What am I, made of money? I don't even make money off of my streams. This is the price I must pay. Okay, so let me... Okay, so he says I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, I, for one, was told to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight. It's all too much. So let me see what happens if I press this one. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty. You think so? Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. So I think they have to have that, like, ... thing. Oh, what's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I could go over it again in my head, no. I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Okay, so it'll definitely tell me. Alright, so I've got no worries about that then. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me, I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? What? I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Could he have just happened to see the exact moment? No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know, and I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Blood-soaked? Ahem. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, perhaps. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. I know exactly what I'm calling out. yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay, so now we're at 6, I think. So now I can present the gloves. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said here. It was with both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one. But the fact remains, the victim's blood was on the accused. No. Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for Pitt's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe, upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. It could turn the tide in this trial completely. I have evidence. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes. Evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No! Well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Got his ass. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands. Both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's glove, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Oh, well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
Well, there's our evidence of a fifth party. Huh. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard Nate scream.
Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness at the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but there was no one else inside that carriage and the man's hands were covered in blood. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. I fucking missed the trash can. Yes, my lord. I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. It does. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. I gotta press him. That's a hugely significant change in the facts of the case. There's something else that occurred to me whilst listening to the witness's latest testimony. Two of them are recounting what they saw through the skylight in the omnibus roof. I think perhaps we ought to confirm what they're saying with our own eyes as much as possible. Okay, so let's look at the omnibus. Oops.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. Okay, I'm gonna just press them. Blood on both hands of the assailant. Okay, so this one is corroborated by the other guy. I'm gonna press this one because he's a little flustered on that one. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back as a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. Oops. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Remember seeing the knife, and remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. And everything you saw the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh, yes. I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
What? By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus, are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Oh, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses could have been completely unaware of it. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. Your Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Sensing a little bit of racism there. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I feel like I maybe don't have enough information for this. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Thrice fired Mason. So that was Bruce Fairplay. So definitely not her. So drive to the omnibus on which the murder took place. He's an eyewitness to the incident. A gentleman who works as a city banker. He witnessed the incident from a seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. An apprentice milliner who witnessed the incident from a seat on the roof deck of the omnibus. So these three. Who could have been in the other seat which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? So let's see. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that the witness could have been completely unaware of it. Objection. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese. Okay, but unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger whom you allude. Who could have been in the other seat? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna do a cheeky little save. And I'm gonna say, I have an inkling. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, Counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was the passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant. I think I got it. Oh, fuck! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain, in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. How many times can we punch a table at each other? What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen spot, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. Ah, fuck. that the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. It was Beppo, bro, I'm telling you. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilda would have been unaware of it. There's clearly a simpler solution to this problem. Brings the accused, Mr. McGildy, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGildy to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Ah, yes. I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilden has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done! That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Ooh, part 3, baby! Or not, I guess. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now 2 matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no! 'Tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other men, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the Vivon was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Holy shit! What? What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in the desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh, what a turn of events! Trial Part 3! What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Miss Usato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? Watch it be fucking... Watch it be what's her name again? Also, it's getting too hot, so I'm taking the headphones off. And what was she even doing here at the trial? Oh! Toasty! She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. She didn't pay to get on. She, for whatever reason, was able to just hop on the omnibus in that instance, and I guess fucking kill that guy, and then dip again. That's what happened. That's why the numbers are still adding up, because she was not a passenger. Whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's gonna say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Usato. Yes. Oh, who the fuck is that? Look up, girl. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, my lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. But now occupies this stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well. Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Witness testimony. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud tide and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the fit passenger, my lord. Maybe she was hiding in the fucking seat. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Cross-examination. A loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Did you not see her when you came into the thing? You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag at her. The seat opposite? That's right. Just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. That doesn't explain why you put her next to a dead fucking body. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. Another voice, a feller's voice this time. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman auras, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. I do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruhodo. Being the defendant's lawyer and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else at his testimony? Let's just say it's trying. We certainly had precious little time to talk to Mr. McGilded before the trial. But we mustn't be dispirited. We must just try to learn all the facts we can. When we arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruhodo, no grumbling, even in your head. How did you know? And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see, I see. Aye, and that's how I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Would you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about a seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well, now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened me eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, me lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. I want to take a quick little look at the omnibus real quick. Because he said he was sitting in the back seat. Which means... yeah, which means it would be this one, right? Okay, so if we're looking up at the skylight this way, then he was sitting, because I'm assuming this means that the bench is facing forward. So then he was sitting here, wakes up, guy's dead. That wasn't there before, was it? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just... well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? That wasn't there before, for sure. Okay, so on the floor, then he gets up, puts him up on here. See if I can't get a little gander in. Okay, so let's see if I can't go like that. And then
Okay, so... Can I get a better look in? No. Okay, let's go back, back. So I sat him up on the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. But you wouldn't leave a dead man just laying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You, Victor, find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail as a cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even something, so I do try, where I do possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. Are you suggesting you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intended to report it, I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddle in. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? The scream, he says, he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing, the wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. We are aware of this. Thank you, I've heard enough. Events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of her purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. Alright, as soon as it lets me back into something, let's see if it brings me anything new. Because I've already examined that under part before. Fuck, now everything's gone. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Is this true? Is this true, Miss Lestrade? It might be Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh! Oh! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Oh, she's gone! The girl, she's gone! Open your eyes! I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught in the job.
She got herself backed into a corner, so you knifed a gent. Go on, it's what's in your heads, ain't it?
No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that, and all I need for one, I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, boy, I promise what I do. Let me guess. You don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag of rifles the other day, down where they keep it four-wheel drags. Nice, innit? I like the pink best. Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again. That's Holmes's. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. All right, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened to the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, you'll have to... So I snuck aside here before I hooked up horses, just like always. Always a right always a time, alright? Nothing to show for me troubles at night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a point in our own place. Pitch in there. And after all, I hear this loud bang! Then they jumped down my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill did. Ah, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. Well, I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. Oh, I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself in the seat for the duration. Oh! So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself, a young life was ruined, but all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. One more? Yeah. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Okay, trial's over, baby! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo, this... Well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. It's not that easy.
He's gonna call a summation examination also. Oh! Okay. If the sound of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the force. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGildy's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from the cubbyhole, from the storage compartment. Yep. I thought I was gonna have to point that out. How could such a deviant contrivance have been something? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, tell the court now, feller. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Jeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment or the seat in the omnibus? I have to tell the truth. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Behuist? What are you saying now, you daft dog? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasing, feller. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. So now then. A Fowler's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules say that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleece and the pickpost are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. A stinking rich always stinkers, nothing but cowards to lot of them. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! God, are we gonna have to do another summation? Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. He's as confused as I am. It's pitch in there. Actually, there's no animation for her to go back to the first pose, so she just kind of jumps there. Okay, I'm gonna press this one because there should be stuff in there. So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending on Joe to make a few bob, eh? It's a rum idea, innit? Suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making it 20 to which the cabin testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conk of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So he's one to sit in a carriage and keep myself in under his seat, nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a starter compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? There's brushes and buckets and whatnot in here, sure. Always chuck all that out and cram it into a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out, so I got all in this seat, it's all I can tell ya. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. I don't know what accent I'm giving her, but it fucking is something. I think it's Australian. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and got permitted at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Oh, yes, what you kind call it. We'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Point is, that ain't all my own, carriage ain't got no in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only at night. This cove sit on me seat from a start, and I didn't budge the whole ID. Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yep. Right, mister?
I don't know why she turned southern there for a second. To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift a cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in a horn place. It's pitch in there. You also can't fit in there. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not one short. Last days they pushed the cushion up with me in, look out a crack. And I can't have a butcher's here who want to fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can even look, so that I get on ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, persons are planting themselves opposite. But for some reason, I is the Irishman spent the whole journey right over my head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. It feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I'm a bit scared, but I like to just stick out under there, nothing else for it. After all, I hear this loud bang. I hear it jump out of my skin right here, and the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. Yes, right. And a photo cushion over here get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been some moments the accused had stood up in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yes, saw it. We pushed up the cushion at a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? Irishman setting up the bloke who had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilden's account, of course. By then, fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sat back down again, but it's too late by then. Shouldn't have risked it looking. Got out, this swell found me. Did he help me get away, mate? And when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. Oh, I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, bloke with a knife in the guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and they ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both means got covered in blood and made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. He asked me some stuff, wanted to know my name, wore up to it. And I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Oh, I didn't want no one to see my face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smartish, and as the Irishman says to me, get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later. All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief, shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Nothing really there, I don't think.
Bloodstain on the right glove. Passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Her name is Gina Lestrade. I suck his hard carry, but I hope they were all stuck all weight. Well, it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in here. After a while, I heard this loud bang, and it jumped out my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. Cause that head swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. I don't know if I should... Maybe just press everything again? I feel like it's all gonna be the... I feel like it's all gonna be the same. So you were already in the omnibus. I'm not seeing any reactions either. So there's that. He's not reacting at all. Like I said, moved it. Okay, nothing else there. Waste of time? Why is that? Not reacting again. It should be relatively obvious when he reacts too, because his thing should light up. Uh-huh. Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. Still no reaction from him. Oh, there's something. I don't think that happened last time. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Is there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass's war. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. Or I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? No, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jabez, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles yet you scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue.
I guess we can add it, right? Sure. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. Ah, fuck. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, work on me. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, I was not really keeping to start with. Or I could just push the cushion up and if it pushes to see what or what. But then when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, was you Adam and Navy, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out here as soon as I heard him leave, see? But we, not likely. Even though we sat here now and I've heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving the pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was.
Huh, it doesn't add up. She didn't hear the door open at all.
Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think! There's something else she should have heard. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. This guy. Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Of course I was. I got on while Troy was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was, not as I was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't travelling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the cracking of the slate cushion. Well, he was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? No, I never heard it. Well, it's exactly what we were waiting for, wasn't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage?
We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrange's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. What Van Zieks? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrange's statements. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh, funk. Maybe I'm digging myself into a hole here. But I must say, I can't abide liars, and neither can I. I don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. 'Tis a considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Oh, I hope I didn't fuck myself. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilden's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counts! I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. As the accused had boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance on the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. I kind of want to say that he was dumped from the top. He was in there already? So maybe... No, because he couldn't have been in the storage. I think there's another entrance.
Time to do a little cheeky little save.
I think it's another entrance because the roof on the top has a latch. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I've wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other only has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot possibly open, which means there's no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose? I hope that works. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight? Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has. But would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such, he fell into it. You're now suggesting is that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof to testify afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. I think perhaps the two fellows, do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Bruce Fairplay, and what was the other guy's name? Lady First. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blither?
You rotter, he said, you rotter! What are you insinuating?
This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute.
He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I.
Mr. Fairplay.
You're effectively accusing me, the city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very, very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too about you rotten scoundrel.
This is not the time. Witnesses, I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. This is outrageous.
It's very hurtful, you know?
My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponians, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have branded their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a... Fuck, it's going so fast. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought.
What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify.
Well, I thought there was something fishy about that head from the moment I laid eyes on that fella. We have to see this matter through now.
If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once.
What's happening, Mr. Naruto? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. My lord. You will take the stand and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this.
There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith.
That's right. You see, we're innocent, I tell you.
Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with another.
What?
According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings.
Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich.
Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. We were the only two people up on that roof deck dead or alive, I can swear to that. Does the other guy not count? The driver, Beppo? Give me 1 second, y'all. Oh fuck, I forgot to take my fucking
Gummy vitamins! Oh no! I think I can take them now, actually. Ooh! Ouch! Yeah. I just cut a hangnail, and then I put on hand sanitizer, and now it hurts! Oh. I guess I'll just press all their statements. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck.
Absolutely not.
Dickon?
No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here.
Is this true, Mr. McGilded?
Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately.
That's an outright lie.
Without doubt you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? 'Tis all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. This is going so well. I'm waiting for reactions and stuff now.
Is this some kind of a lark? Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is that what this is?
Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly.
Are you fat dinkum, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you.
I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again.
That's extreme.
It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in off the cold.
I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young feller, but you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all.
That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone.
Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising.
Seeing things? Seeing things?
I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. I don't know who I trust at all anymore. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about.
This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. He never met the man before, he said. Never.
And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either.
That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir.
Oh, I imagine not.
You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Mr. McGilded. Yes, counsel. What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon?
Hee, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First.
Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir?
You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about your own, about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it?
Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door.
Hehe, the perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is.
Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch.
Customers, such as thrice-fired Mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of fraud, my lord. Oh, this, you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say?
Oh. That's one of my hats.
Hey, aye, that it is. So it would seem that the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with, or a distinctiveness of the goods.
Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir.
Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! He's better at this than I am.
Gosh, Mr. McGilda has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he?
Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings. Beep.
Are you quite certain about it? About that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute! He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute! That's what he said!
I don't like that guy. I've decided. Take a look for yourself. Go on! You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is. Of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could logically break right through it, steel and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing, not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we?
I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind. Loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens.
This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First.
Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rouge, I did.
Are you expecting me to sentence you?
Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
I like her because she has the cat mouth. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. The skylight is what we're talking about, right? Jesus. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon.
It's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I...
You can't do it from inside, you mug. Wait, wrong voice. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof taking one of them dregs. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears.
Mr. Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used a skylight, opened a kitchen, jumped right through. What? Yeah, the kitchen for them skylights is on the top side. That's why I can't open them from in the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck?
Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims.
Come on, man! I tried to peep the catch while I was observing it, and it wouldn't let me. See?
So, it appears that this street girl's statement is true.
I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for.
Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. We could possibly have opened it. And then this guy says all this. Let's go present to the omnibus and see if I can't crack this bad boy open. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. See if this doesn't change anything, I guess. Like maybe now there's a light shining on the blood. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood thing's so obvious, and yet Van Ziek's made no mention of it. Nothing? Women's clothes are indeed impractical. Can I open this? Alright, so it's still... Well, I mean, we now know that it can open, so... Proof. That's right. I demand to hear it!
We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this.
But you call us both shysters, brand us as criminals.
You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it.
As it stands at the moment, there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men were really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. All right, let's look through my Birnias. Single stab wound to the abdomen. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. There's also no way to tell if the skylight is open or not. Leather gloves, 8-seater omnibus, large-ish knife. Okay, so he says we were the only two people up on that roof deck dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Skylight was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Try this? Nope. Shit! Okay, so there's all this. Yeah, so we don't have... Couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded. It's so hard to know what to believe. I think we should try to determine decisive evidence. But what is the decisive evidence? Maybe we'll get another reaction at some point. Okay. So there was that. So that one is over. Yeah, impasse on this particular point. He's gonna lose his fucking marbles for a second. Talks about capitalism. Let's see what happens if I press again on this one. Let's see if it makes it go through that whole situation again. No, I imagine not. No motive, And well, that's not all, is it? Oh, there it is. And what's more, the catch that secures it is found on the roof deck side. This is getting flaming onkus.
This is getting absurd, he said. Completely absurd.
That's right. Neither of us even knew the skylight had a catch. If we didn't know, we couldn't have opened it. And if we didn't open it, we couldn't have kicked the fellow down. Please, where is this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from?
Whoever designed these carriages anyway? Fancy not being able to open the skylight from the inside. What about breaking wind? Didn't they think about that? There's no point having a skylight if it can't spare you embarrassment, is there?
If you actually have a point, pray, do enlighten the rest of us. Oh, I'll tell you what my point is. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? What the hell? Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. Defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a bloodstain on the right glove. Eight-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Catch that secures it is found on the roof deck side. I don't think there were any reactions on this one. So I've already seen this one, and as far as I'm aware, there's also no reaction on this one. So she just tells me that I need to find decisive evidence. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know much about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed?
Neither of us know the first thing about the man. Huh. Skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't possibly have opened it. Let me press this one again. You had never met him before. Alum, not once, never. You never met the man before. And you had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. This is about motive, and we had none. Let me see if I can present this. Does this do anything? Nope, it does not. Fuck! Wow, Fuck, I gotta save. Just so I don't lose on this one. But, like, I don't... We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. Okay, so the only evidence that I have is that report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying on an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partly obscured from view by an old crooked hat. I mean, there's... I don't understand! What am I missing? What the fuck? What the shit? And to pay money. That just made me think it was horrible. Okay, perhaps there's a real price you pay to stay out late. Okay, so... If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Truce fair play. And lay D first. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Oh, fuck, dude. Hold on. This has stumped me. This has fully stumped me. So, crime, investigation, former session. Okay, so we go here. Recess, ladder session. Gina Lestrade. So it was the whole tools. Did not see anything in the compartment. They both perked their ears in the dark. All she heard. 6 and 1. They said there was only the two of them. There was no way they would have noticed a man they didn't even know drop through. Besides, the skylight was shut at the time. Noted that Mason could actually fit through there, but fair play urges everyone to ignore it. First tries to open the skylight, but it wouldn't open. He claimed it didn't open, but Gina Lestrade revealed that it does as she escaped through there once. Look near the skylight. What? When Naruhodo and Mikotoba looked near the skylight, they found a blood stain. Did they? Did we? Oh, you're fucking joking. Okay, do I have to like be inside to do that? Oh, you're fucking joking. I swear to God, I didn't see that at all. Okay, so now we're inside. Let's turn, look up. Why didn't I have to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo? Why someone like me? Ah, what is it? Look, just here, look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? The details of the omnibus have been updated. Okay, now we ping this guy. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts. And the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence.
No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible.
Irrefutable proof. Here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. Well, I believe everyone appreciated a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? That blood stain? By Jupiter, is that blood? This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening.
Oh my!
And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. So they really are trying to pin it on him, maybe. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from a roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I?
There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean.
Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? But that wasn't there. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom.
So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they?
I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it.
Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing.
On three, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Scotland Yard again. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? Scotland Yard. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. And while this court has been in session. That's the thing. What a palaver. I must say, I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. I realize this is your first... however, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Then you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I trust your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure, will it now, counsel? I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say?
But if you should all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in there without anyone noticing? Isn't that right now, Counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Good gracious! Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. And it was conveniently after he pointed, or after he was like, oh, maybe she's even here right now. So I'm very suspicious of him. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Ruh-roh. Are ya nuts? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, it is. Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the court. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath is the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? My lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. Oh, what? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. As the court awaits the defense clarification. I don't know. I don't trust him.
What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But, as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Also, as advocate for the defense, one might say that that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. He's seething. McGilded is pissed off his fucking rocker. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. But you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it's all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is, that bloodstain is there, now! And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am, of course, obliged to confirm with the defense first. As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Shit. I'm saving. Hold on. Is there, can you get like a bad ending on this case? What the fuck? Let's see. Runaway room. Okay, because I definitely want to say no. Because, no. Let's see. Present the blood on the skylight door, so like the... Oh, fuck. That's not very... I do like that because it is very, I just like found a walkthrough that was like very vague. It just tells you which options to select. It doesn't say what they are. That's very good. But I need to fucking figure out, I need to figure out how to... I need to figure out if there's a bad ending for this. Runaway room. There's the walkthrough. So emergency recess, all this, all this, all this, all this, invalid evidence. Oh, fuck. So it doesn't matter what you pick. Damn! I'm gonna call him out anyway. The defense believes I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision, I must say. I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end here. There. How is for your troubles? Your job here is done, feller. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore, the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did you put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh my god, what? I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. That stinking eraser, I was guilty of something, you... mark my words.
I feel terribly ashamed that I haven't doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park.
Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank ye kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If, indeed, the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But, wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered this evidence to be seized. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this manner.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What?
Well, Lord Ranzix, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear feller, I couldn't have asked for a better defense.
Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time?
'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief! You have more to say to me, have ye? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Holy shit, what an end! That's insane. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Bro, what? I'll prosecute him myself, I don't care. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. So I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time, but isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that he did. I'm gonna kill you myself, bitch. Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him, too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh? What stories? About a 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict or not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, feller? How did I walk out of there free, feller? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the hair there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Just water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll say it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, feller. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ara, bijuez. You're a humble people, are ya? Oh, well, if you insist. But have this, still in awe. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Schedule? Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Golly, that takes her a long time. Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on. It really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ain't old grown-ups. Oh, it's her! Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, fuck. Oh? Do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off of it for a moment while I was changing onto a different omnibus and it was gone. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. This is Sholmes's assistant. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? I mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? What are you listening to now, adults? Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants to do is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, a fucking course, dude. Who's in there? Oh, he has a scar? Oh no. He's sexier. What? Who the hell was in there? Fuck, bro. Oh my god. Who was that? Well, that's certainly... Damn, dude. What the shit? Alright, well, I guess we're gonna have to... I guess we'll figure that out eventually. But, after I finish the first game, I think I'm gonna go back and do all the, like, bonus stories for the first game, and then I'll move on to the second game. That way we have a little more content to play with. But, thank you everyone for tuning in today. Appreciate your support as always. I will be back tomorrow with the next case, 12 again, same time as always. But yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in today. Appreciate your support as always, and I will see you all tomorrow at the same time, 12 p.m. PST. Bye!